Second edition on Deus Ex, Human Revolution, Mankind Divided. No, Human Revolution, Mankind Divided. Director's Cut. Let's get going. Let's go to the game screen and play the game. Alrighty? You can do it. There we go. Start up the game. Gaming evolved. Wow, we're on 14, huh? All right, yeah, we're getting ready to go downstairs. Meet my guardian angel, huh? The Sally Port. Need to go there. How much I got? Just $7,000. Shit. I need me some. I need me some practice because they took all my shit. They took all my shit. Guess I can't go in there, huh? Nope. Who is that? Wait, saw me? Or heard me? Well, it gets me up there. What do I need to go up there for? Go the other way. Oh, okay. That's the bridge, yeah? Yeah. I just went back up to where I came from. Yeah. He saw me? How the hell did he see me? He was looking up, huh? Got all my shit. Gonna go all the way down there.
Docking bay confirmed.
To the arsehole who was fishing off the port. Clean that shit up and hide it before Bert gets here.
Securing bay doors. All personnel prepare for unloading.
Cookie?
Someone's running.
Aft and bow thrusters full back.
Good.
Beginning final approach to Rifleman Bank Station.
Well, I could use it here.
Thrusters full back.
If he doesn't...
Docking bay confirmed.
Oh, shit.
It is too late to hide! Lost it! I'm...
Securing bay doors. All personnel prepare for unloading.
Catching grenades don't do shit.
Docking bay confirmed.
Only got one shot or two shots? One in the barrel and one in reserve.
Beginning final approach to Rifleman Bank Station.
How much longer is it going to be? Can't wait to get off this tub.
Hey, we're not done.
Aft and bow
It'll take a
thrusters
few hours
full
to
back.
unload the cargo. Then we'll be loading any transfers that have to go out.
Great. Then they'll probably want to debrief everyone about the guy we found. It'll be a miracle if we get 15 minutes to ourselves before having to set out again.
Not me. I've got leave. 2 weeks of R&R. Taking the chopper out and heading for the beach.
Lucky bastard. He'll be out of the line of fire. I'm feeling his face is going to be tense for a while. Pregnant and burning.
Anyone here? Come out now!
Beginning final approach to Rifleman Bank Station. doors. All personnel prepare for unloading. Docking bay confirmed. Aft and bow thrusters full back.
What's it shoot for?
All right, here we get some kind of a setup for Hazard. One of the things that we should have done better in the whole Deus Ex Human Revolution is trying to play around more about the gas effect, the electric type of challenges against some of the ammunition of the player. And directly in the cargo, I wanted to play around with it, at least with the gas, because to enforce the player using the rebooter, I basically just close up this whole section with gas, and trying to add also some elements of storytelling in the environment itself. Like one of the character was caught off guard by that leaking gas, and he tried to fix it. We got even emails hinting about it. So there's a lot of stuff that we play around to have a sense of context in just a gas hazard, and not do like typical games do, just hey, here's a challenge, try to figure out how to pass it without sense of context. So we had some fun with it.
What did I get?
Securing bay doors. All personnel prepare for unloading.
So one of the challenges, we wanted the cargo ship. We wanted to really make this be very Deus Ex and react to how you played earlier in the game. So you had a lot of fun setting up the setups for the enemies in here, didn't you?
Definitely. Playing around with the scenarios, having different type of setup of characters, of combatants waiting for you or not. It's basically tied up with your actions, your previous actions. Both the first part when you exit, you're holding cell, and all the way to the CIC, to the control room, including also the control room, how you play it, and etc. Both actually have how do you say this? The cumulative effect on how you see the scene, where it's basically either a scenario where everybody, all those guys, actually just very relaxed because they're about to dock the sea base, or they actually learn that there's someone trying to escape, etc. So they're basically waiting for you. We added mines, we added some. We had a lot of fun when that setup.
And it goes even further, because depending on how you play this, then that'll affect the opening of the base and the conversation you're going to have with Netanya.
A lot of ripple effect, exactly, yeah.
Very Deus Ex.
Mm-hmm.
Docking bay confirmed. Securing bay doors. All personnel prepare for unloading. Beginning final approach to Rifleman Bank Station. Docking bay confirmed. Securing bay doors. All personnel prepare for unloading.
Guess it was nothing.
Aft and bow thrusters full back.
A Sally Port.
So what we call the SAS, that type of
The security airlock system.
kind of in between door that you wait to load. When you see those type of things in games, typically it's because they're trying to load data on the other end of the door. This is what we're doing here. Basically, we made that compromise of no hard loading, so there's no hard loading in DLC. You probably noticed that. But there's those SAS, and that's a compromise. When the SAS is animating and doing all of his fluffy stuff, it's actually loading the next room, depending on the direction you goes in, which was tons of little technical development we had to do to make it work properly.
And we needed them for a couple reasons. I mean, we needed them for the loading, but we also needed them for story purposes. They kind of often serve as gates. Because we wanted to make sure that you achieve certain objectives. Like, for example, you have to go see Netanya before you can get access to the prison. And so they were kind of necessary for story purposes. I think this particular one that we're seeing first was very difficult because we also had to have the mysterious contact you in the midst of loading, which was a big challenge and a big debate as to whether we'd be able to pull that off or not.
I think it's actually interesting that we could merge story element into this type of typically technically required thing as this SAS is.
But they do take a long time, and because unfortunately there's a lot of backtracking that has to be done in this, they do get quite annoying after a while.
Yeah.
And for that, we're really, really, really sorry.
Sorry, guys.
Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled. Subject not recognized.
Sadly, Norway has set the base on alert. I may be able to buy you some time, but
So, you're a hacker.
there's a maintenance tunnel in loading bay 1. Access to a floor panel. Get inside. Follow the cables, and try not to kill the person inside.
Access granted.
I need 2 for that. I need to jump. Well, I guess that's it. Upgrade my hacking.
Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled. Subject not recognized.
Sadly, Norway has put base on alert. I may be able to buy you some time, but
So, you're a hacker.
there's a maintenance tunnel in loading bay 1. Access to a floor panel. Get inside. Follow the cables, and try not to kill the person inside.
Access granted.
Who the hell sees me?
Been apprised of some alarm activity on board. Nothing confirmed, but we're playing this one by the book.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Holy shit!
At this very moment, and it's basically the end of the cargo mission, where you actually finally get out of the boat. Originally on the scripts in the game, we didn't really have any moments, anything specific or special, and so we had a lot of discussion, story level design, and everything, to make it like a bit of an event for a player. So instead of just having this corridor or this like bridge or something, we decided to put a button basically, which is you trigger something and then the whole cargo doors open very slowly and reveal the main base, the secret base, this secret environment that you're gonna have to negotiate for like the next few hours of the game. So it was a very, very important moment, and it actually took a long time to develop, to make it work, make it fit, music-wise, sounds, and the whole environment, the lighting, everything. But I think it turned out very, very well.
Other one's a 2. Oh, it's a 3.
see that they're going to feed off of. This algae on Aranel represents the bottom of a very long food chain.
So one of the other challenges we faced in creating the DLC with our tight time frame is that we really couldn't create a lot of new AI or new enemies, and we really wanted to make a better and a different experience for players. So we had to get really creative, didn't we, as to how we got around that?
That's right. We looked into different archetypes and all sorts of new characters, and it was very very difficult for us to just get on with it and match with the story and the environment. So we decided that since it's a military base and
You see heat signatures on the dark side of the planet. It's one of the biggest leaks on the
So one of the other challenges we faced in creating the DLC with our tight time frame is that we really couldn't create a lot of new AI or new enemies, and we really wanted to make a better and a different experience for players. So we had to get really creative, didn't we, as to how we got around that?
That's right. We looked into different archetypes and all sorts of new characters, and it was very very difficult for us to just get on with it and match with the story and the environment. So we decided that since it's a military base and it's supposed to be secret, it's off the grid, so it should be more defensive in nature than offensive. So no need for missile launchers and like satellite connection, nukes and stuff. So we wanted to make it more like it's easy for you to, if you find it, to get in, but then it's kind of hard to get out. So these Typhoon turrets that you see turning are based on a design that you also see at the very beginning of Human Revolution. That's used on dummies in Serif Industries. So we decided that, since it makes sense that the Tyrants were there before and they stole some technologies, they probably took that technology and used it for, their own use, and that's defensive in nature. So you'll see them in different corridors if the alarms are triggered, just like one of those mechanics that we figured out would make something interesting. And I'll talk.
And there we go.
procedure. Come on.
Civilian contractors must stay within designated areas. Entering restricted areas will result in termination and prosecution. Cargo crew to Sector Alpha. Cargo crew to Alpha.
Don't let your guard down. Never know what could pop up. Do you really have to confirm that every time? Jesus, I know it's procedure, but come on.
Gonna go here. I'm gonna go here.
Be advised, new personnel should report to Security Central for biometric scan.
Another slow watch. Better off the
Civilian contractors must stay within designated areas. Entering restricted areas will result in termination and prosecution. All grounding orders have been rescinded.
So the air vents. You're about to go into the cable ducts, which is a new variant of the air vent. You had the same air vents throughout the entire game in the XHR, and we certainly realized that this is kind of annoying. There's this manufacturer which does the air vent for the entire planet.
I don't know. I like hanging out in air vents.
Yeah. So we did this new version, which is kind of the IT guys version of
That's
the
far
air
enough,
vents
yes.
with cables and computers all the way in
behind
there.
this?
It was from a gameplay request
I can
at first that
explain
you have
everything
this
if you just
hackable
stay
air
where
vent,
you are.
and it kind of makes sense. But yeah, from now on we're gonna try to have way more variety in narrow passageways for you players.
Why don't you put the gun down? Then maybe we can talk.
You think I'm stupid? You've got every reason in the world to hate me, and I've heard what you do to your enemies. Tell me, did you enjoy putting so many BT contractors into comas?
You're the one who let me off the leash.
It wasn't my choice. As a matter of fact, I think you're going to get us both killed before this is over. But if we'd left you in that brig, who'd be around to save your Dr. Reed?
What do you know about Megan?
I know the name set off way too many bells and whistles when I added it to Burke's profile search on you. But it helped me to figure out who you are and why you stowed away on the ship. You think Belltower kidnapped her, don't you?
You want to tell me you didn't?
I wish I could. But after what I've seen this past year, all I know for certain is she's not on the base. Not anymore.
What's that supposed to mean?
Not what you're thinking. Listen, Rifleman Bank Station supports all Belltower operations in this region, Jensen. Regular contract and special op. 6 months ago, I received orders to pull every regular grade soldier and civilian contractor away from the airstrip. 2 Black Hawk helicopters set down minutes later. I thought it had to do with Australia, especially when I saw covered stretchers coming out.
How many?
5. Guarded by a heavily augmented special ops team. Burke went out to meet the leader and the whole group disappeared inside the detention camp. There's some kind of black project going on in there, Jensen. Something involving prisoners and scientists. And I need you to find out what it is.
Why me, Keitner? That is your name, isn't it? The one Burke used back on the ship?
Natanya Keitner, yes. And it has to be you, because any movements I make are noted and logged. I can't risk blowing cover.
Cover? Who you working for?
A few months ago, an Interpol agent approached me. They've had Belltower on their radar for some time, but they've never been able to prove anything. The things that agent pointed out about this base, it opened my eyes to a lot of things. So you see, Jensen, I really am playing the good cop and the bad cop.
Tell me more about these scientists.
Technically, I'm in charge of operations here, so I keep tabs on people coming in and out. Burke keeps meeting with doctors and researchers, telling me it's part of his interrogation technique.
You got any names?
None that I trust, unless the Doe family suddenly expanded into Australia and Asia. Thing is, I don't always see how they leave.
Yet you're sure that Megan did.
The Blackhawks did. Without the stretchers, but loaded with 5 stasis pods this time.
I'm gonna need more information than that. Tell me about this Black Project.
I wish I could, but it's been classified. So classified every BT suit I've talked to refuses to even acknowledge its existence.
But you've seen something.
Only the edges. This station is part base, part military stockade, and every week a new shipment of belligerents arrives. Only, Interpol says they're not on anyone's terrorist watch list. Most are just civs. Harmless civs. Burke takes them into a restricted wing of the detention camp and they just disappear.
Fine. What do you need me to do?
Hold still for a second.
What the?
Relax. I'm just compiling your biometric signature. Retinal scan, pulmonary and vascular imaging, the works. Once I upload it to the network and give Corporal Alan Tyler a security rating, you'll be able to pass through specific checkpoints in this sector.
Only this sector, why not others?
Because you're a fugitive, Jensen. The less room I give you to maneuver in, the more likely it is you'll stay one. I can get you into the detention camp, but the interrogation wing is going to be a problem. Only Burke can give clearances for that.
And I assume you don't want me to go ask for one.
Still the comedian. There's a security mainframe inside the detention camp's central command tower. You'll need to upload this copy of your biometrics there by hand. Contact me using your inflink once you do. Any more questions?
I'd like a little clarification here about you and Burke. I take it he outranks you.
Technically, yes. But this station is only part military stockade. And while he and his unit have 100% control over the detention camp, I have authority over the base.
So I don't need to worry that this is all just some creative attempt at mutiny.
Mutiny? You think I'd risk so much because... Listen close, Jensen. Burke is a sexist, chauvinist pig. And yes, he outranks me. He's also been in Bell Tower a lot longer than me, so he's got more connections. Which he's used to undermine me at every turn. But that is not why you and I are standing here right now. People are getting hurt. Innocent people. And we have to find out why and expose it.
Exposure could destroy Bell Tower.
Bell Tower used to have honor. We do this right, it might again someday.
The guards in the prison complex, are they Burke's men or yours?
Definitely Burke's. Highly trained, special operatives. So if you start a firefight in there, don't expect to live long.
I'll keep that in mind. I could use some more hardware. Any chance Corporal Tyler will have access to the armory?
You're still a fugitive, Jensen. I suggest you keep a very low profile. Still, there is someone who might be able to supply you. One of the base mechanics, a civilian named Quinn. He runs a nice sideline in procurement.
I know the type. Why should I trust him?
Because I do, and because he has no love for Burke. He's in the lower level maintenance area near the elevator. He'll get you what you need.
That's all I need to know.
Good. I'll upload to the security network from here, so get going. Alan Tyler will exist by the time you reach the prison security port. Just be careful, and try not to draw too much attention. What? What do you need, Jensen? Because this is going to take some time.
That's all I need to know.
Great. Then get out of here. And contact me when you're in the prison.
So you've just had a very long conversation with Natanya Keitner, a choice conversation. One of the interesting things for us as we approached the writing for the DLC was we realized that we were very limited on our cutscene budget. I think we had 3 minutes total for the whole DLC. And we wanted to actually put more of the storytelling into conversations where the player would actually have choices. We call these forced conversations. It made it for a lot more fun for the player, I think, to experience the story through these dialogues. And it also made it a lot more fun and challenging for the writers because we had so many different variables that we had to react to with how you played the cargo, whether you were being sneaky, whether you were killing people. And we had, so these conversations in the DLC ended up being so much more longer than anything we'd written for any of the conversations we'd written in HR, with the exception maybe of the boss fights. But they were a lot more fun. But the interesting thing about this one was the room that we had to put her in.
If you look around, you'll notice something weird. There is no door in that room, and that doesn't make sense. And we actually discussed about that during the project. Is should we put doors? But then if we put a door, that means that there's something on the other side of that door, and the player may want to try and figure out how to get there. So even though Natanya is there, you have to assume that she came in there crawling, as Jensen does, because there's no door, so it creates this fake environment.
And that's why we couldn't get her out either. We actually wanted her to leave before the player does, but we just kind of couldn't couldn't do that, so that's why she's left standing there working on a computer.
And that's
when
why
you're
you
there.
can't have your gun in this room.
Yes, because we don't want you to shoot your only ally.
Access granted.
Here, if you look at the environment, you're seeing it's a good example of our new way of modeling environment after HR. After HR, all the artists were kind of sick of doing it the old ways. It was kind of an annoying way to work. So we have this environment which has a lot more polygons in it instead of textures. And if you look at the floor, you see that everything is kind of modeled a bit. Instead of mapping individual mechanical lines, we're giving a lot more volumes to the environment. We can actually push off a lot of polygons in this engine, and we didn't use that enough in the original game. We really used polygons to the max in that game. It enabled us to work much faster and create more interesting environment. The volume is there. It's just more interesting, and mainly if you think it's ugly, I don't really care. No, I do care, but it's an interesting way of working.
It's not ugly.
And it's not really ugly.
I think it's beautiful.
Thanks. I have my own complex, and yeah.
The way to get in there.
Are you Quinn?
Yeah, that's me. Jensen, is it? You weren't followed, were you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I can believe that. They're having a hell of a time keeping up with you.
I intend on keeping it that way.
Well, you've certainly ruffled a few feathers higher up. It's not like they don't know you're here. Stowed away on the ship, I mean. It's only a matter of time before they bring the hammer down. Put a stop to your gallivanting on the base. I just hope I'm not near you when the iron's hot and you're on the anvil.
Look, Keitner said you can help me. Can you?
Yeah, she told me to be expecting you. But that was ages ago. What are you trying to pull here? We're risking our lives diverting attention away from you and covering your tracks. There's limits to how much we can sweep under the rug before the dogs start digging. It's a good thing she can find your clearance to this section of the base. I'd hate to see where you'd end up otherwise.
I'm grateful, but can we get on with it? I understand you run a nice little sideline in procurement.
Aye. From time to time you might say being inclined to do a little, how should we call it? Bartering. On the side. Since the commander signed off on it, I suppose I could open my stock to you. For a price, that is.
You mean I have to pay?
What? Of course you have to bloody well pay. Ain't exactly a fucking armory quartermaster down here. I'm just a civvy contractor trying to make ends meet. This ain't a bleeding charity.
Considering the circumstances.
Circumstances? What, that you're a fugitive and I'm risking my neck just talking to you? What are you trying to pull here? Although, I don't suppose you had anything to do with the stasis pod that was saved back in the ship.
How do you know about that?
Ah, so it was you, eh? Well, let's just say I have my sources and your little random act of kindness didn't go unnoticed. Tell you what, I'll give you a discount on me wares. Just no freebies or handouts. But now that I think of it, if you're looking for a little something for nothing and don't mind a little legwork, I've got an errand that could use running. Consider it a special offer of sorts. Interested?
All right, tell me about this special offer.
Look, I don't know if you've noticed yet, but this base is packing some serious heat. Especially in the form of those walking brick shithouse boxcars. If you give me a few odds and ends, I might be able to whip up a little something to make getting around easier, if you catch my meaning.
What kind of something are we talking about here?
Nothing fancy. Just a 329 series MPRS.
A rocket launcher?
That's right, mate. And custom built. By yours truly, of course. You see, while I might be able to get my fingers on some low-level arms, I'm a little restricted when it comes to military-grade bells and whistles. I'm itching to try out a new trigger propulsion mix. Maybe even recalibrate the guidance system for some extra punch.
I'm not convinced jury-rigged explosives are exactly my style.
Look, I'm not telling you how to do your job or anything, but you might want to consider carrying a little extra insurance while you're here. Look, all you gotta do is find me some components, and I'll do the rest. An earlier boat had a shipment of 329s, but I wasn't able to poach any of them before they made it to the armory. Luckily, little Sparrow in my employ managed to lose one through maintenance circulation, but he got himself shit canned before I could collect. Now my little bute's lying around the base somewhere in bloody pieces. The launcher, I mean, not the wee man. Though, I don't know what did really happen to him.
Right, so, long story short, you need me to find the parts and bring them back to you.
Yeah, that about sums it up, I'd say. Just find me the trigger module, scope assembly, and launcher barrel, and we're in business. I can scrape up the rest from leftovers here in the shop.
I'll see what I can find. Any idea where they are?
If I knew that, I would have picked them up myself. You're just gonna have to make do and keep your nose to the ground. Check the obvious places first, like the cargo and receiving areas. Worst case, someone found one of the parts that brought it to administration. I looked there last.
Got it. Tell me about the commander, Keitner.
Lieutenant Commander, officially. But the grunts don't pay no mind to that. She's the commander as far as they're concerned. It's the Reds who stick to the formalities, you see. Because they're Burke's boys. The spooks. Special operations. You might say there's a bit of a division of loyalty among the troops.
Between Keitner's men and Burke's?
Aye. Since time immortal, there's always been a rivalry of sorts between grunts and spooks. I always assumed it came down to ego. But it's different here. Probably because Burke's different.
What do you mean?
Well, for a start, the man might be a righteous prick, but he's got the respect of his men. And the higher-ups think he's a visionary based on some fancy tech he drummed up a few years back. In other words, the man's got a lot of influence and a lot of power, and, well, I don't think that old proverb needs repeating here.
What can you tell me about this base?
Nothing you don't know, probably. To the outside world, it's a Beltar naval logistics headquarters and supply point for their Pacific operations. Beneath the surface, though, it's much, much more.
How so?
Look, nothing personal, mate, but I prefer if the commander do most of the informing. As far as I'm concerned, the less I know, and more importantly, the less I say in this matter, the better off we all are.
What exactly do you do here, Quinn?
In a more civilized world, you might say I pass for the base's lead maintenance engineer. But if you look at it from Beltar's point of view, I might as well just be a glorified janitor. Pays good, though, so, you know, not complaining.
If the pay is good, why the underground market?
Well, why not? You see, civilian contractors operate under different jurisdiction when it comes to bringing outside goods into the base. So while the rank-and-file grunts can only order and receive essentials, toothpaste and the like, I, being the entrepreneurial chap that I am, from a more robust catalogue of goods and services. You know the sort. Smokes, beverages, and gentleman's literature.
How does this involve weapons?
Now, let me finish. As an enterprising fellow, I require an exchange of valuables for these slightly less than essential supplies, and often receive some very non-civilian contractor-regulated equipment in exchange, if you catch my drift. Now, normally, I launder my stock through a contact on the mainland, but a deal in Shanghai recently fell through, so lucky for you, I've got some excess inventory to move. Consider this whole arrangement a matter of fortunate timing.
And Keitner is okay with all of this?
Not exactly. You see, some time ago, the commander got wind of my little operation down here. But before she could throw me in the brig, I offered her something I knew she couldn't refuse. Information. I ain't bragging, but I'd managed to build myself quite a little network of sparrows and gophers. I'd known for a while that she'd been at odds with that prick Burke. In the end, we reached a rather simple mutual agreement. I keep her in the loop, and she keeps my neck out of the noose, so to speak. What are you buying? guns.
So earlier I talked about how complex the dialogues were to write for The Missing Link because they had to react to a lot of variables. The conversation with Quinn is by far the most complex of all the conversations we had to write because there were many, many things going on. Because we gave the player access to the base, because we allowed you to play the objectives in the order you want, first we had to realize that if you did not talk to Netanya, he couldn't be here. So we had to put up like a gone fishing sign, which was also a hint that he was actually on the boat waiting with you earlier. But then we also had to basically, for his dialogue, include all of these possible reactions to how you treated people in the base, whether you killed a lot of people in the base or not. We had to actually add to it a side quest because this Quinn gives you this optional side quest, so we had to have all these strings of dialogues that react to whether you found the pieces, whether you accept the dialogue. We also had to make allowances for if the player gets the social aug, then you can use the social aug against Quinn to, I forget exactly what the point was for that, but like maybe you'd get cheaper prices or something like that. And we also had for Quinn the fact that if you did the optional secondary objective inside the cargo boat, he would have to react to that. And we also, because again, we had all the ways that you could complete this, you could actually see Netanya, go into the base, do a lot of the missions for her without ever seeing Quinn. And so we had to kind of take into account for that, and we had to take into account whether you get an objective later on with this eye and come back. So this was one of those conversations that really had to be fully graphed out long before we even started writing it. And then add to that the character of Quinn himself and the flavor. So this one was a lot of fun and a lot of challenge to write, and to act it out as well.
Do you need some water at this point?
Access granted. Access granted.
Goddamn son of a bitch. Thinks he's hot shit because he's in special operations.
fucking floor.
Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled. Subject recognized. Access granted.
So now you've made it inside the secret detention camp of the DLC of The Missing Link. And this was designed by Steven Chichola.
Yes, thank you, Mary, and for saying that correctly. I was the level designer of the prison, and it was a lot of fun to do. One of the things that was really interesting with this level was that I had a lot of limitations in just the way it looked, and we had to redesign it completely from the ground up at least 3 or 4 times. At the start, it used to be sort of this long angular prison cell with just cells all along the wall. Very old-fashioned style looking references that were used for this. Eventually this got changed into a more open-ended, similar, but just had prisons on both sides of the walls with a larger space in the opening in the middle, and that got changed again. And then finally we've reached this conclusion to have this sort of tube, this turbine almost, that I would call it a silo is what we actually called it, of all these prison cells.
And the reason for that was because we needed to create the sense of a very massive prison that extended on beyond the areas you would get to explore.
So when I got this request, it was kind of like, oh geez, how am I going to show this? Because we can't have the player going to 50 some odd floors, right? It would be a little ridiculous. So in the end, what I had figured out would be a kind of a clever idea was to have the entire floor in the center where this cube is rested upon is actually a mechanical floor that lifts and lowers depending on where the guards want to go inspect, I suppose, and
You can actually see this in the 4 tall pillars on the corner of that floor. There's this huge machine on them, which are basically kind of mechanical system that are the elevator system, and they're designed that to make sense. And I guess that's the only thing that we have that really say this is motorized.
And another interesting tidbit was the entrance to this area. The positioning of the entrance to this large silo was something that changed also very often.
It was important to us because as soon as you get there, it's a very nice beauty shot of the prison, and the redesign of the thing. One of the big aspects of redesigning it, we had a much better Deus Ex style environment with this kind of sci-fi environment here, which I think it's really cool. I'd like a movie in that prison, actually.
It's a nice reveal.
Yeah, and I had to place all the NPCs as well in every single prison cell. To again, same problems that I had in the Alice Garden pods earlier in HR, is that you're trying to make a very populated area, but you have limitations on how many NPCs you can use. And so I kind of managed to place NPCs in each pod that every so often, each doing different things, and you can kind of talk to them. And so that was a lot of fun. I hope you enjoy this area.
This is illegal! You can't keep us locked up! Let me out of here! What you're doing is wrong!
Jensen, I'm in your detention camp and uploading to the security mainframe now.
Copy that. Any problems?
Negative. I gotta say, though, this isn't exactly what I was picturing when you described it.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that later. Right now, you need to get inside the interrogation wing and find out what Burke is hiding. Contact me when you know. Keitner out.
starting to think I can feel a breeze coming through the cracks.
Negative. I submitted a work order request, but no response yet. If they're talking it, Bert finds out, someone's ass is gonna be in a sling.
As long as we make sure we got ours covered. Cross the T's and dot the I's. I don't ever want to be in his crosshairs, especially about this.
Yeah, he's got a hard on for this contingency plan of his. I don't mind telling you, I hope we never have to put it into effect.
I know what you mean. Then I think, would it be any worse for them than what we're already doing? Stop!
Look up. Something that gamers don't usually do when they enter an area is look directly upwards, and what I actually tried to do with this little vent passageway with a goodie down low is to hide what I put above. I really, for the DLC, I really wanted to put a secret in a secret, is how I call it, and it's kind of the thing where you finally move the box, you find the vent, you're like, I found it, you go in, you get loot. Normally, in your gamer sense, you would just leave. You would backtrack out. I succeeded. Next objective. But in this case, I wanted to hide another secret on top of this, and this came from the entire thought process of being able to choose who to save.
But this is a very, very important room,
yes,
because this gives you access to a very hidden third option that you can save everybody in the game.
Yeah, that was my fault. I'm sorry. It's just Deus Ex is all about choices and consequence, and we from very early on it was the idea of you can save someone specific, very important to the story, or you could save the prisoners because it's mass murder at that point. You'll figure that later when you play it. But as a Deus Ex thing, I really wanted to, on a game design perspective, on a gameplay perspective, it was important that we offer like a very, very unique choice for the player that really wants to work to succeed into something special, and that was to save everyone. In a way, there's always a way to save everyone. So Steven sort of looked at me weird. It's like, really?
But I love that stuff. I
We all
really
love
do.
that stuff.
And I thought that I didn't want to just give it away, you know? Something as important as that, I wanted it to be really something for the true searchers and explorers.
Yes.
So if you look up, go there
So you
when
made
the
it
time
super,
comes.
super hard to save everyone.
Exactly.
What happened? I lost my fucking stun gun? I lost a stun gun. I swear, man.
Look up. Something that gamers don't usually do when they enter an area is look directly upwards, and what I actually tried to do with this little vent passageway with a goodie down low is to hide what I put above. I really, for the DLC, I really wanted to put a secret in a secret, is how I call it, and it's kind of the thing where you finally move the box, you find the vent, you're like, I found it, you go in, you get loot. Normally, in your gamer sense, you would just leave. You would backtrack out. I succeeded, next objective. But in this case, I wanted to hide another secret on top of this, and this came from the entire thought process of being able to choose who to save.
Because this is a very, very important room,
Yes.
because this gives you access to a very hidden third option that you can save everybody
Yeah,
in
that
the
was
game.
my fault. I'm sorry. It's just Deus Ex is all about choices and consequence, and we from very early on it was the idea of you can save someone specific, very important to the story, or you could save the prisoners because it's mass murder at that point. You'll figure that later when you play it. But as a Deus Ex thing, I really wanted to, on a game design perspective, on a gameplay perspective, it was important that we offer like a very, very unique choice for the player that really wants to work to succeed into something special. And it was to save everyone, find a way. There's always a way to save everyone. So Steven sort of looked at me weird. It's like, really?
But I love that stuff. I
We all
really
love
do.
that stuff.
And I thought that I didn't want to just give it away, you know? Something as important as that, I wanted it to be really something for the true searchers and explorers. So if you look up, go there
So you made
when the
it
time
super,
comes.
super hard to save everybody.
Exactly.
Hey, you don't belong here. Jesus.
You are the terrorist! No! Not again. What more do they want from me? Please. I've answered all their questions.
invisible extra dimensions, connect us to a hyper or bulk space where giant membranes live, demands a huge leap of faith. Where are these membranes that we're stuck to? Why don't we see these? Produced Big Bang. Over almost 13.7 billion years, each expanding bubble of primordial matter evolved to the universe. Crashing memory made We smash it together to a piece of universe, and it never. In the level 3 type, there is an even more fantastic way parallel universes can form. Here's how it works. In both the level 1 and level 2 kinds, there are replica universes, separated from us in the here and now. But in level 3, these
come from?
In other words, in the instant that you have a fleeting thought,
This is illegal! You can't keep us locked up!
Thought I lost that.
Please, call the embassy. They will vouch for me. This is a 误会，我是无辜的。
Damn, I used all that ammo, huh? Got 18 left.
And see the dinosaurs. Why am I being held here? Where's Harley?
Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled. Subject recognized. Access granted.
So the restricted area here, we had to design the environment in a way that made it obvious that you were not supposed to be there. Something bad is happening here. We had a bit of trying to figure out what looks this could have to look ominous. And at some point, when the environment was mostly done, we looked at it in a conference room in a review meeting, and we just all realized at the same time, oh my gosh, this looks like Star Wars. And it kept that way in the end, but we really felt that, wow, we're so gonna be sued.
But it wasn't intentional.
It wasn't intentional, it just we got there, and yeah.
So now we're joined once again with a voice you've heard several times in this director's cut, Steve Shepkowski, our audio guy. And
yeah, so we're here to talk about the new device that we introduced in the DLC, which was basically the audio logs, which I was really happy about. I thought it's a great way to add backstory at a very low cost, because it's just an object that we put in a room, and then you just plug in all the story stuff that you want the player to get. So for me, it's always a great cheap way to introduce lots of backstory, and it was fun doing it because you get to put it together and you make your little ambiances and make it sound like you really try and sell it like it's a story. We had an operation scene in this, which was really fun to do, and I'm a big fan of audio logs. I think they're a lot of fun to do, and for sure on a production level you get a lot of payout for the cost of putting one little object in the game. So yeah, it was great. I was happy we did it.
Post-interview log. Patient has been returned to detention area after sedation. Medical history gathered indicates that she's a blood candidate. Similarly, all biological indicators fall within required parameters. Recommend preparation for stage 1 therapy prior to...
Gary, have you seen this? Have you seen what's on this smart disk? He's gone mad.
Tiffany, slow down. What are you talking about? Where'd you get that?
I found it in the last shipment of materials we received. One of the boxes had been tampered with, blatantly. Someone was sending this to me.
Because you're looking for something that has disappeared.
To us, to warn us about Commander Burke.
That sounds a little far-fetched, don't you think? I know the two of you have butted heads, but Bob's assured me that the commander is with us on this.
Really? So Mr. Page is okay with us using unwilling human test subjects, is he? What's his opinion on Bell Tower using the OCM to further their military aspirations? Ask him about this Hydra project.
Tiffany, calm down. I know all about the Hydra project. It's nothing nefarious. It's simply a means of allowing soldiers to communicate more efficiently when in the field. You've seen Burke's augmentation. It has nothing to do with the OCM.
So you think his obsession with this technology is because he's an environmentalist? Gary, I know this bothers you too. Those poor women. We can't keep doing this. We can't just rush blindly ahead and let men like Burke pull our strings. Science has made that mistake before.
I know. All right. Let's go down below and contact Bob. We'll see what he has to say about this. I know he's intrigued by the nanotech possibilities. Certainly, he's disappointed with the results we've had. Post-interview log. Patient has been returned to detention area.
You can't keep me caged up here. Like, I'm sorry. I'll stay quiet. I promise. Just don't hurt me anymore.
Calm down. I'm not gonna hurt you.
You're not one of them? One of the scientists? Please, you've got to get me out of here. You've got to do something before they come back. I don't want to disappear like all the others.
It's okay. What's your name?
Miss Sullivan. I don't know why they're holding me in here. They just grabbed me off the street. I'd heard Cape Town was dangerous, but I thought with all the security around...
Cape Town? South Africa?
Isn't that where we are? I blacked out. They drugged me, I think. I was on vacation in Cape Town at the end of the summer. I was going to be starting senior year in the fall, and I wanted to have an adventure. My parents must be so worried.
I take it you're not a terrorist then?
No, I've never done anything wrong. Never demonstrated against anything or anything. But neither have most of the girls here. I'm not sure about the men, but please, can't you get me out of here?
I want to help you, but you've got to stay calm. Now, what did you mean by disappear like the others? What's been going on back here?
I don't know much. I've heard rumors and seen some things, and I know what they've done to me. Biopsies, blood samples, tissue cores, like I'm some sort of lab rat.
Is that why you're back here? Separated from the others?
This is where they study and examine us to see if we're compatible or something. I don't know what they want from us. Sometimes we're sent back to the cells. Those that aren't. Some of the others think they let them go, but I think they're being sent somewhere else. Another facility maybe. Somewhere else inside this one.
Why? What makes you think that?
Because of the way they talk when they're with us. It's like they're looking for some kind of perfect gene match or something. I'm not a doctor. I don't understand it. I just don't want them touching me anymore.
Hold on. You said they were coming back? Who? Burke? Is he behind this?
I'm not sure. He comes around, but not that often. I know he gives the orders around here, but he doesn't seem all that interested in us beyond some psych tests and questioning. He mostly leaves us to the doctors or scientists or whatever they are.
Tell me about these scientists. Is one of them a woman named Reed?
I don't know. I mean, there is a woman, but her name is Kavanaugh, not Reed. I heard the guard call her that. She seems different. Like she doesn't like what they're doing to us. I can't help but think she's being forced to do these things. The others just treat us like animals. It's horrible. I just want to go home.
I know this is gonna seem cruel, but I can't help you right now.
You're going to leave me here? You can't. You have no idea what it's like. Please.
I can't have you tagging along just yet, or walking the halls alerting the guards. Trust me, when I can get you out, I will. But your best bet is to stay put.
I'll alert them anyway. Burke and the two doctors were just here heading for the morgue. I'll tell them you're here. I will. Let me out or I'll tell them, I swear.
And then what? Do you really think they'll let you go? I'm still the best chance you've got, but you have to be patient.
Please. Don't go.
So right now you're looking at Nina, our poor prisoner. It was very important from a story standpoint that we could put some weight on saving these prisoners. You're going to have a very important choice, and it's a moral dilemma. And we really wanted to kind of stress that moral dilemma. So that kind of reasoning led to the creation of this character, Nina. We wanted to have a chance to have a conversation with the prisoners and to basically understand them as individuals. And that's why we have this one character who came in. We wanted actually to offer the possibility that you could rescue her individually because she was someone you have a face-to-face conversation with. But unfortunately, we knew we wouldn't be able to pull it off because we didn't want to have you, we didn't have any kind of mechanics for saving someone, for having them become a follower, etc., etc. So unfortunately, we had to leave her in this cell and leave you with that moral choice. And because we knew that, we basically decided that we needed to use her presence here to really make that choice stronger. And when the choice comes up, you'll see her again in some of the cameras that are focusing on the prisoners.
Gary, she's waking up. Look at the alpha waves. They're attenuating. Blood pressure and heart rate are rising. O2 saturation is really low.
Savage, get this under control.
Tiff, increase sedation and disconnect the OCM interface. Get a dose of propofol ready, see if she stabilizes.
It's not working, Gary. Damn it. There's a rupture in the circle of Willis. Anterior cerebral artery. Shit. I've got to get in there.
It's already too late, Tiffany. You know that.
Is it still alive?
No, we've lost her. I don't understand. She burned out so quickly. Arterial degeneration was clearly more advanced than anticipated, but still, the new compound should have worked.
Dispose of the body. I'll have the next viable candidate prepared and sent down to you, Dr. Kavanaugh.
Access granted.
So we mentioned before that we had a very, very limited cutscene budget for the missing link. We only had 3 minutes that we could use for cutscenes. And this cutscene that you're watching right now was one that we knew right from the get-go. We absolutely had to have it as a cutscene because of several things that were happening. First of all, we're showing you Gary Savage, who's a Deus Ex character, so we can't let you kill him. We also don't want you to kill the villain, Burke, so we had to make sure that he was a part of this scene and that the player could not interrupt with it in any way, shape, or form. We also needed to show you at the end that you had to see a hidden panel and a secret wall that is going to be key for your next objective. But I think another main reason that we did it was simply because our dialogue system in the game was not made to support more than 2 players, or two characters at any one time, Jensen and another. So in this instance, we actually absolutely had to make this as a cutscene because of all the reasons, from a technical aspect, from the story point that we were trying to give across, from the fact that we know that that players like to kill people and we couldn't allow you to do that. So all of that kind of came into making this the most important cutscene for us.
Keitner, I found out what Burke's been concealing. The interrogation wing is some kind of medical testing facility. He's using the prisoners as lab rats.
For what?
Not sure. I'll need Burke's retinal scan data to find out.
I can't download that without setting off a million alarms. However, Burke's eyes are enhanced, Jensen. He uses special retinal prostheses custom-made for him by the Tai Young Medical Corporation.
You want me to remove Burke's eyes?
Not the ones he's currently using. He just received a new set this evening for when the cargo ship docked. With any luck, you'll find it in his office. Keitner out.
So now we've just had the cutscene and we've seen that you now have a new objective where you have to go back and get Burke's eye.
Backtracking.
It's something we really, really wanted to avoid, but we did want to kind of have this cool element where you couldn't get in, and we had a reason for it. We couldn't let you follow them immediately.
Yeah, we needed to make it so that Burke flees the scene of the crime, so to speak. So when you go down, you don't actually get to meet Bob Page because he's gone, and you won't meet Gary Savage because
it was Gary. You can't meet Gary because he's left.
Exactly.
And we had to get Burke out of there, and we had to give them time.
Yes.
So that forced us to send you back to the base to retrieve the only key that will let you in. But we did want to make it initially a lot shorter of a backtrack.
Yeah.
We actually wanted to find a way that we could connect the morgue almost more quickly to Quinn.
Vents aren't that long, you guys. I'm really sorry.
So we couldn't do that. So instead what we had to do is we had to then take the time to make it that when you get into the base, we had to create new enemy setups surrounding the objectives.
So basically, we did very small tweaks to the patrols depending on how you had acted in the prior area. So just a little bit of variation to the whole formula.
But we do apologize for the backtracking.
Yeah, backtracking is...
It kind of sucks.
It's stinky.
Preventing it from, and thus preventing it from. Trust me. Oh. This solutions gives us a way.
You bastards! You have no right!
We all have. You think that we should always somehow self-consistent? Always have some.
I've answered all your questions. Please, let me go.
He might be able to beat his friend, but despite his best, he does.
You can't lock up someone who's innocent.
Will meet his friend. Equal. Way or another, universe will prevent him from changing history. We don't have to worry about it.
这是场误会，我是无辜的。
Future. And the board is like 1 minute at a time. What we can do to change how we move is actually new.
Please call the embassy. They will vouch for me.
Machine that takes future and speed. And space. Equals ridiculous this seems. We've been proven. Here.
You bastard! You have no right! Please, let me out! I've done nothing wrong! Please, don't send me to the doctors! Please, 不能把我关在这里。
If you look across the gap in the middle of the hole, you'll see a praxis point over there on top of the rooftop of the giant cube in the middle of the room. I actually had a lot of fun with this because there isn't really many places in the game, in HR really, where we actually abused running and jumping as sort of a way to get to a new location, because it's usually kind of messy. But here you need to actually have the jump augment and you need to make a sprinting jump and you'll be able to get onto the cube and get the praxis point. But Just a neat.
How do you
tidbit.
get back?
You just go inside and you break the window on top, and you drop in safely, safe and sound. All situations are accounted for.
Really?
Yes.
Always.
Always.
Let me out of here!
Engaged only 7 years. Despite enough fuel. Use that. Come on,
This is illegal! You can't keep us locked up!
这是场误会，我是无辜的。
Answer all these questions! Please, let me go!
You're irrelevant.
Why am I being held here? Where are we?
Is he a slow or impatient voyager? Any ascension. We have a shortcut from space.
This isn't right. I'm not a...
Bizarre and incredibly complex technology. The goal of one day make starships into time machines. Starships, in fact, that's that. Shoot off their rocket ship at super speed. Slow down. All the rest of the world.
I've answered all your questions. Please, let me go! Why are you doing this? You're monsters!
Speed is
So now you've made it inside the secret detention camp of the DLC of the Missing Link, and this was level designed by Stephen Chichola.
Yes, thank you, Mary, and for saying that correctly. I was the level designer of the prison, and it was a lot of fun to do. One of the things that was really interesting with this level was that I had a lot of limitations in just the way it looked, and we had to redesign it completely from the ground up at least 3 or 4 times. At the start, it used to be sort of this long angular prison cell with just cells all along the wall. Very old-fashioned style looking references that were used for this. Eventually this got changed into a more open-ended, similar but just had prisons on both sides of the walls with a larger space in the opening in the middle, and that got changed again. And then finally we reached this conclusion to have this sort of tube, this turbine almost, that I would call it a silo is what we actually called it, of all these prison cells.
And the reason for that was because we needed to create the sense of a very massive prison that extended on beyond the areas you would get to explore.
So when I got this request, it was kind of like, oh geez, how am I going to show this? Because we can't have the player going to 50 some odd floors, right? It would be a little ridiculous. So in the end, what I had figured out would be a kind of a clever idea was to have the entire floor in the center where this cube is rested upon is actually a mechanical floor that lifts and lowers depending on where the guards want to go inspect, I suppose. And
you can actually see this in the 4 tall pillars on the corner of that floor. There's this huge machine on them, which are basically kind of mechanical system that are the elevator system in there. We've designed that to make sense. And I guess that's the only thing that we have that really say this is motorized.
And another interesting tidbit was the entrance to this area. The positioning of the entrance to this large silo was something that changed also very often.
It was important to us because as soon as you get there, it's a very nice beauty shot of the prison. And the redesign of the thing, one of the big aspects of redesigning it, we had a much better Deus Ex style environment.
Because its body was so slow, it aged very little. Aged 500 years. Tonight, if I walked into the end of the wormhole that's in the past, the end of the rocket ship.
So now you've made it inside the secret detention camp of the DLC of The Missing Link. And this was designed by Stephen Chichola.
Yes, thank you, Mary, and for saying that correctly. I was the level designer of the prison, and it was a lot of fun to do. One of the things that was really interesting with this level was that I had a lot of limitations in just the way it looked, and we had to redesign it completely from the ground up at least 3 or 4 times. At the start, it used to be sort of this long angular prison cell with just cells all along the wall. Very old-fashioned style looking references that were used for this. Eventually this got changed into a more open-ended, similar, but just had prisons on both sides of the walls with a larger space in the opening in the middle, and that got changed again. And then finally we reached this conclusion to have this sort of tube, this turbine almost, that I would call it a silo is what we actually called it, of all these prison cells.
And the reason for that was because we needed to create the sense of a very massive prison that extended on beyond the areas you would get to explore.
So when I got this request, it was kind of like, oh geez, how am I going to show this? Because we can't have the player going to 50 some odd floors, right? It would be a little ridiculous. So in the end, what I had figured out would be a kind of a clever idea was to have the entire floor in the center where this cube is rested upon is actually a mechanical floor that lifts and lowers depending on where the guards want to go inspect, I suppose. And
you can actually see this in the 4 tall pillars on the corner of that floor. There's this huge machine on them, which are basically kind of mechanical system that are the elevator system in there. We've designed that to make sense. And I guess that's the only thing that we have that really say this is motorized.
And another interesting tidbit was the entrance to this area, the positioning of the entrance to this large silo was something that changed also very often.
It was important to us because as soon as you get there, it's a very nice beauty shot of the prison. And the redesign of the thing, one of the big aspects of redesigning it, we had a much better Deus Ex style environment with this kind of sci-fi environment here, which I think it's really cool. I'd like a movie in that prison, actually.
It's a nice reveal.
Yeah, and I had to place all the NPCs as well in every single prison cell to, again, same problems that I had in the Alice Garden pods earlier in HR, is that you're trying to make a very populated area, but you have limitations on how many NPCs you can use. And so I kind of managed to place NPCs in each pod that every so often, each doing different things, and you can kind of talk to them. And so that was a lot of fun. I hope you enjoy this area.
What now?
It's the newest tool at the frontier of physics, called the Large Hadron Collider. The Large Hadron Collider is the largest reciprocating machine ever created.
Huh? Hold it! You're dead!
Today's theories of space, time, gravity, and physics are still incomplete. Tools like the Large
Someone's running.
This is where we the tiniest particles in existence. So applying to the biggest things, stars, galaxies, and the expanding universe itself. Without understanding this, building a time machine might be harder than trying to build a radio, knowing about the existence of life. Many of us
Access granted.
Keitner, I've got the eye, but it's not going to fool a retinal scanner unless it's attached to an optic nerve.
I know that, Jensen. I do have a plan. Take the eye down to Quinn. He'll know what to do. Keitner out.
here we are standing inside Netanya Keitner's office, our secret helper in the base. And one of the things that we do from a story standpoint is we really build these immense backstories for our characters. And then we can use, a lot of times that backstory never gets revealed directly in the game. And a lot of times people won't understand it, but we can use a lot of that for fuel for the art, for the creation. And Netanya's backstory was created by one of the narrative designers, Bruce Kelly, and he had created this whole story about her and her twin brother who died when she was 13. So if you look very closely on the desk, you'll see some pictures that are supposed to be of her and her twin brother when they were young. And and I think, as a matter of fact, he even made the password on her computer was her brother's name, although at the moment I'm forgetting what that name was. Otherwise I would tell you, so you didn't have to hack it. So a lot of those kind of simple little details get put into the game and possibly never picked up on, but here's a few you can look at.
Hopefully.
Access granted.
Yes, sir. Watching the answer is all even work.
Access granted.
So you'll notice as you go through the base that every single room has a purpose, and it's been outfitted with a lot of the visual storytelling. This was a lot of forethought had to be put into this, and one of the things we did in the process of the game, of creating the DLC, was we would write an environmental storytelling doc. Basically, we kind of decided, okay, what is the purpose of the base? What are the purposes of every single room? And we described a lot of the things that we felt would be appropriate in a military base like this. And then we handed that off to the art team and said, here you go, have fun with it.
And then the environment guys, after a bout of crying, where they have all these little extra tidbits to do in every single room.
Access granted.
Oh, fuck yourself.
He's small. Mainly because of more well. In 3 to 5 years, he should.
So you'll notice as you go through the base that every single room has a purpose, and it's been outfitted with a lot of the visual storytelling. This was a lot of forethought had to be put into this, and one of the things we did in the process of the game, of creating the DLC, was we would write an environmental storytelling doc. Basically, we kind of decided, okay, what is the purpose of the base? What are the purposes of every single room? And we described a lot of the things that we felt would be appropriate in a military base like this. And then we handed that off to the art team and said, here you go, have fun with it.
And then the environment guys, after a bout of crying, where they have all these little extra tidbits to do in every single room. Well, we do manage that and just try to do stuff as cheap as possible so that we can convey, oh, you have this operation map here and there's stuff, and if you read the post-its, sometimes they make sense and they relate to the story. And you have some offices where you have pictures of people, and there's actually a backstory written for them, and it's really for the explorer.
And the show don't tell of the environment.
The type of player that wants to revel in those details, they're gonna have their money's worth with Deus Ex typically.
Finally. Hey, did you ever wonder about his setup? I mean, I know he's a civvy, but Bell Tower's pretty strict about military procedures. They gotta know about this guy.
Sure they know, but to them, he's like a pressure valve. Quinn gets us some of the things Bell Tower doesn't provide. Plus, he does it on the sly, so...
We get to feel like we're getting away with something. Plus, we get some extra goodies.
Exactly. As long as it doesn't get out of control, they'll let the Mick run his little market.
What are you doing here?
In the days that followed, newspaper reporters Miss Goldbar as he tries to make sense of the incident.
In fact, he said it moved like saucers skipping on water. Now, of course, the reporter kind of messed that up.
Hold it!
Has all the necessary ingredients. You have a cracked saucer, but also some crashed bodies. You have government cover-up. There was some sort of cover-up. There was misinformation given out by the authorities.
The original account put out by the Air Force at the time was criticism. And they were confused. So then nobody.
Here, if you look at the environment, you're seeing it's a good example of our new way of modeling environment after HR. After HR, all the artists were kind of sick of doing it the old ways. It was kind of an annoying way to work. So we have this environment which has a lot more polygons in it instead of textures. And if you look at the floor, you see that everything is kind of modeled a bit. Instead of mapping individual mechanical lines, we're giving a lot more volumes to the environment. We can actually push off a lot of polygons in this engine. And we didn't use that enough in the original game. We really used polygons to the max in that game. It enabled us to work much faster and create more
explain the behaviors that witnesses actually report. How would such craft be built, and what problems would they have to overcome?
A lot of the behavior of UFOs that people have reported are things that are beyond our
What do you want?
So, what's the story? Just got off the horn with the commander. She says she got something for me to take a look at.
Prosthetic eye, one of Burke's. We needed to get past a retinal scan, but it's useless like this.
Aye, without an active neural connection, it might as well be an expensive paperweight. May as well put a gobstopper in front of the scanner for all the good that thing will do you.
Solutions, Quinn. Think you can handle this?
Lad, I may be just a mechanic, but I'm also the only thing keeping this whole bleeding facility from sinking into the abyss. Think I can manage a simple optic frequency bypass. Just let me get me tools. Right. So that's it now. You got the eye. Sorry it took a little longer than expected. Nearly break the damn thing once or twice. New TYM firmware and such. Now don't go fucking around with it. It's only got a limited lifespan due to the 10 power source they rigged. It's only good for one use. Got it?
Why only one use?
Without being hooked up to a proper battery, like your brain. The voltage spike from a single scan will trip the surge protectors, shutting it down to prevent further transmissions. It's a redundant safety mechanism built into the optic nerve to prevent frying your noggin in a dorsal ventral feedback loop. Short of putting the thing in your own head, which I ain't exactly equipped to do, there's no way around it. Besides, I think the commander preferred it this way.
Is it supposed to be moving?
Aye. Bloody creepy that is. Try not to pay it any mind now. Thing's stuck in calibration mode. Trick is, I got it thinking it's plugged into a new host. And by rerunning the system diagnostic checks, it'll keep trying to connect without detecting anything amiss, which in turn keeps it alive in a manner of speaking. Fucking brilliant piece of engineering work if I don't say so myself.
This is pretty impressive work for a mechanic, Quinn.
What's that supposed to mean? There's more to old Quinn than meets the eye. No pun intended. You wouldn't be the first fool to underestimate my know-how.
Well, there's more to this job than just a simple battery swap. I saw you modifying the BIOS. This is state-of-the-art hardware and software. You're not just a mechanic. You're a hacker.
What are you going on about now? Ain't nothing you couldn't pull off with a degree in computer engineering and a little elbow grease. Come off it now. We ain't got time for this.
Well, hopefully this thing works.
It'll work just dandy so long as you don't do something stupid like drop it. And it ain't a bloody webcam. So don't try using it to spy the knickers up someone's skirt. What are you buying? No refunds.
Uh-huh.
Decades, countless UFO reports have surfaced from cities and countries around the globe. But not all UFO sightings have been reported from the surface.
What the hell?
On July 19th, 2009, viewers of a NASA video feed from the Space Shuttle Endeavour reported seeing a disc-shaped object hovering above the shuttle's mechanical arm. Space-based UFO sightings like this have purportedly happened throughout the history of space. Specify the phenomenon, or could it suggest the possibility of huge extraterrestrial starships cruising the Milky Way galaxy?
Space travel between the stars is a staple of science fiction, right? You see it every night on television, you see it in the movies all the time. But could we really do it, or could any species really do it? Well, the distances between the stars are enormous, really enormous. Interstellar. To this day, it's a rule of art.
So, what's the story?
Prosthetic eye.
Aye.
Solutions.
Lad. Right.
Well,
Without being...
is it supposed...
Aye.
This is pretty...
What's that supposed to...
Well, there's more to the...
What are you going on about?
Well, hopefully this thing...
It'll work just dandy so long as... What are you buying? Thanks for shopping at Quinn Mart.
NASA's NanoSail-D became the first polar sail to orbit the Earth. The ultra-thin one panel uses sunlight or
Little women.
That's the wrong way.
to achieve sufficient speeds to tour space. It would have to be huge, multiple miles an hour. The photon chooses over the scale track. Not moving concentrated laser beam on energy.
In the room right in front of you, there's basically a security office, and there's a guard there sitting, typing to a computer. He's got a conversation with a patrolling guard. And if you listen to the whole conversation, it's funny, but it also reveals that the guy's trying and trying and trying and keep on being interrupted to send an email, an update. So whether you interrupt the conversation or not, there will be an outcome on the computer as whether he sent the emails or not. So if you let the conversation go completely and the guy just keeps on going this thing, you go take him out and then you read the emails, you get like a new password and everything for the room. There are all sorts of information like that, and we try to create like some of those little moments in the missing link that creates a lot of life and believability to
and this one's especially important because if you let him send that email and then you read it, you get to uncover what you need to know to do the hidden choice at the end of the game.
That's true.
So let him send the email.
Yeah, do. Or kill him.
Simulate our inside this barrel. Light up.
The 1950s was nuclear fission. Fission energy is produced when the nucleus of an atom using flame release protons, gamma ray, and the chest.
Explosive charge is 35.
You can use the objective. There's another nuclear fission.
Fusion.
Fusion energy is the two atomic nuclei together to form a
signage. In every game, you always have like those arrows with directions. Say, you have the command room there so that the player can orient himself. In the Deus Ex world and with our art direction, we already have tons of numbers and decals all over the place in the walls. Like you see on the doors, there's 4 there. The problem we had is when we have actually important signage for you guys, just you need to get this way to get to your next objective. Well, it's hard for us to make it meaningful, to make it stand out from the other signage. So we're ending up using those glowy signs, hoping that during playtest they work that way. People tend to look at them a bit more. And it's really, I guess it would never be done that way in a base, really, but there's so much noise with this signage all over the place that it's the only way we have of talking to you.
But it ended up working really well in the playtest. People could find a way before. Yeah. And before we put it in, they just were totally lost in the base.
I'm still lost in the base.
You're always lost.
Yeah.
Subject recognized. Access granted.
In human terms, it looks antimatter fine.
Why are you doing this? You're monsters!
Like bad enough they're being sliced up by a bunch of quacks. He's got the paw to get his job.
Dangerous. Destroy.
Likes to hear footsteps. Who's there?
This debris is so dangerous. We can avoid it completely. Pollution might be familiar to Star Trek. Namely, our ship can achieve light speed without even moving. Get back. Get out.
So now you've made it inside the secret detention camp of the DLC of the Missing Link, and this was designed by Stephen Chichola.
Yes, thank you, Mary, and for saying that correctly. I was the level designer of the prison, and it was a lot of fun to do. One of the things that was really interesting with this level was that I had a lot of limitations in just the way it looked, and we had to redesign it completely from the ground up at least 3 or 4 times. At the start, it used to be sort of this long angular prison cell with just cells all along the wall. Very old-fashioned style looking references that were used for this. Eventually, this got changed into a more open-ended, similar, but just had prisons on both sides of the walls with a larger space in the opening in the middle, and that got changed again. And then finally, we reached this conclusion to have this sort of tube, this turbine almost, that I would call it a silo is what we actually called it, of all these prison cells.
And the reason for that was because we needed to create the sense of a very massive prison that extended on beyond the areas you would get to explore.
So when I got this request, it was kind of like, oh geez, how am I going to show this? Because we can't have the player going to 50 some odd floors, right? It would be a little ridiculous. So in the end, what I had figured out would be a kind of a clever idea was to have the entire floor in the center where this cube is rested upon is actually a mechanical floor that lifts and lowers depending on where the guards want to go inspect, I suppose. And
you can actually see this in the 4 tall pillars on the corner of that floor. There's this huge machine on them, which are basically kind of mechanical system that are the elevator system in there. We've designed that to make sense, and I guess that's the only thing that we have that really say this is motorized.
And another interesting tidbit was the entrance to this area. The positioning of the entrance to this large silo was something that changed also very often.
It was important to us because as soon as you get there, it's a very nice beauty shot of the prison. And the redesign of the thing, one of the big aspects of redesigning it, we had a much better Deus Ex style environment with this kind of sci-fi environment here, which I think it's really cool. I'd like a movie in that prison, actually.
It's a nice reveal.
Yeah, and I had to place all the NPCs as well in every single prison cell to, again, same problems that I had in the Alice Garden pods earlier in HR, is that you're trying to make a very populated area, but you have limitations on how many NPCs you can use. And so I kind of managed to place NPCs in each pod that every so often, each doing different things, and you can kind of talk to them. And so that was a lot of fun. I hope you enjoy this area.
Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled. Subject recognized. Access granted.
Please, what? No, I just want to go home. You can't be cooped up here like some animal.
Access granted.
This is an elevator, of course. It's going down, and it's one of the few times where we could actually make this very directed flow of whatever happens outside of the elevator. So when you go down, you see all of this animated stuff going on. There's that base, there's that submarine going on. It's all it's all planned to be awesome looking at that point. We had a similar thing planned in the first game when you were supposed to go from upper Anxia to lower Anxia, but it turned out that we had to cut upper Anxia, so that awesome elevator ride got cut off in the process. So it was fun to this time around try to do it again here, which we think, even though it takes a bit of time to do those things, it's such a nice visual moment just to see this big thing and then have the important story reveal down there. It's really a nice way of pacing,
of really showcasing
Yeah.
what we wanted to do, because we did want that whole feel of you're descending into the depths of this dark secret that's happening, and that enabled us to do it. And I'd just like to point out, in case you weren't noticing, when that sub left, that was Gary Savage inside that sub, so that kind of explains why you don't find him down in the lab.
Activating security scan.
Stay at home and explore the cosmos using a race of thinking machines. For many ardent believers in UFO,
You can't keep me caged up here like some animal.
Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled. Subject recognized. Access granted.
What is beyond organic?
Is to assume the entire
这是场误会，我是无辜的。
Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled. Subject recognized. Access granted.
Demonstrate early stage artificial.
go to who are you? I mean, they're fine. And I like that. Let's just map their body. Advanced communication. Maybe Logic Beam or AI Super Beam. Vision will remain pure speculation until the fact is made. But we wait. Might lead us to nothing. This universe is within. Many of them chariots, those civilizations are hidden. They exist to save thousands of years, and the chance of the good and to communicate across UFO. It's not unknown that we engage in civilization.
What's that?
I got a man down here! What are you doing? down here. man down here! Over here! Over here!
The security hub you have in front of you is another first for the DLC. It's not something very special, but it's a little trick that we sort of learned to do. If you look at the turrets, if you access the turrets, you can get a vision like a camera from it, but we faked it and by putting a security camera inside the turret model. So if you look at a turret outside, like in the corridor, you won't see it. But that was a way for us to actually tell the player where the turret is actually looking. So we sort of made the POV, the point of view from the turret move at the same time as the camera. And that was the only way we could figure out how to make the security system in this room very challenging for the player in the constraints we had.
I know you're here. He's on the run!
Here. I know you're here.
Stop right there! Try to hit me now! What are you doing? Show yourself! shit on the ground!
Shit, I don't like this.
Better search the place. I'm okay. I've got you covered right there! Got you! Come out!
I heard that.
Access granted.
Fucker, man. Where the fuck is everything at? Can't get in here. I can't get into Burke's office. I've been in there before, though.
Access granted.
Why can't I find that stuff? Trigger manuals. The launching barrel.
The first would be wet-dry cycling. In shallow areas like tidal pools and hot springs, there are natural cycles like day and night, as well as tides, which results in sequential polymerization and degradation. As the pool dries out, a chain lengthens. Once wet again, there is some dissociation, and new monomers can migrate to the growing chain within solution. Over many cycles, long chains can form, and this has indeed been observed in nature. Additionally, very interesting chemistry can occur on catalytic mineral surfaces. It is known that nucleotides can polymerize on hot monolinite clay, according to principles of inorganic chemistry that are also beyond the scope of this video. But this has been observed for decades and offers another pathway for polymerization. Once biopolymers are available, collections of these polymers can get trapped in small vesicles, which results in tiny compartments within which interesting interactions can occur. Thus emerges the domain of systems chemistry. Let's mention some creationist talking points regarding the aforementioned prebiotic chemistry. First, they will claim that any laboratory synthesis is not applicable to abiogenesis. They will pretend to take issue with aspects of experimental design
Launcher barrel.
Essentially, in the laboratory, we can test what molecules do. If they do something in a flask, it is dictated by the properties of those molecules. They will do the same chemistry anywhere. When we measure the boiling point of some compound, it isn't unique to a laboratory setting. It's the temperature at which that compound boils at that particular pressure, anywhere in the universe. The lab isn't magic, and neither is nature. We can't force molecules to do things in a lab that they don't do in nature under the same conditions. Furthermore, experiments tend to test one thing at a time. There is an aspect of prebiotic chemistry being investigated, so tangential processes using reagents that are not prebiotic are not relevant to the research question. Creationists fixate on irrelevant details to distract from the point of an experiment. They will do the same thing with
Security office inside the loading bay.
if machinery is used, they will cry foul. This is also short-sighted, as there are certain geochemical or geophysical processes and cycles in nature that have to be simulated in the lab. The setup is specifically mimicking natural conditions.
Hanger.
They will also do this with certain aspects of experimental protocol, like running reactions under argon gas or washing mineral surfaces with peroxides and deionized water. Running reactions under argon gas is done to prevent the reaction vessel from interacting with the atmosphere, mainly all the oxygen that was not there on the prebiotic Earth. Washing with peroxides and deionized water is done to kill and remove biological contaminants, such as bacteria, that obviously also were not present on a prebiotic Earth. This type of protocol makes experiments more prebiotically relevant, not less. Origin of life researchers are not stupid, nor are they deceptive. They do things a specific way for specific reasons, all of which are totally lost on creationists who do not understand the first thing about running chemical reactions. And of course, there are aspects of laboratory chemistry that are done exclusively for the purpose of the researcher ascertaining what is happening. When chemists isolate and purify their products, it is so that they can characterize them using spectroscopic techniques that allow them to figure out exactly what it is that they got and whether it is what they expected. We can't tell what's in a flask just by looking at it with our eyeballs. We need specialized instruments, and we need compounds to be pure for analysis. Nature doesn't have to do that, as nature is not sentient and doesn't care what is happening. It makes things and just keeps going. The other thing creationists will do is invent the concept of time of the gaps, the notion that scientists suggest that given enough time, all the relevant chemistry will occur. This is an obvious attempt to shift attention away from their clear God of the gaps argumentation, but additionally, it is just more deception on their part. The claim is that molecules degrade very rapidly, so if processes require long timescales, they become impossible because reactants will not remain intact. These arguments always cartoonishly exaggerate or misrepresent.
It should be in here. on a table or nearby shelves. Well, let's already have it. Scope assembly, yeah. Get the scope assembly, but not the trigger module. Shelf. Oh man, I killed the guy! Son of a bitch, man! Killed two guys! Swear, man. So where is the trigger module?
Access granted.
Man, I swear, I killed two guys. Well, I guess we'll be getting the pacifist again this time.
With respect to the system of molecules. Zooming back out, once again, the release of energy means an increase in entropy for the system plus the surroundings. also known as the universe. The local decrease in entropy is irrelevant. It is the increase in entropy for the universe that is ordained by the second law of thermodynamics. This applies to the polymerization and aggregation of molecules as well. They are perfectly spontaneous processes. So creationists who say that thermodynamics does not permit self-organization of living systems have absolutely no clue what they are talking about, or they are lying, or both. To go even further, plenty of studies have been done for decades regarding the manner in which systems which are receiving constant efflux of energy, like the Earth receiving constant sunlight, will inevitably produce ordered structures so as to dissipate these external gradients of free energy, so as to move away from a position of equilibrium and release energy, thereby producing an increase in entropy for the universe. It is entirely accurate to say that for such non-equilibrium systems, in precise opposition of creationist claims, entropy is the thing that specifically drives the formation of locally ordered structures, from hurricanes to galaxies to living organisms. It can't be made more clear than this. It is specifically the second law of thermodynamics which leads to an increase in order and ultimately makes life inevitable if enough time and resources are available. Another erroneous point that creationists make has to do with the concept of information. It is accurate to say that an RNA strand which is self-replicating contains and transmits information. Actually, any RNA strand contains information, whether it is functional or not. The information is the sequence of nucleotides in the strand, which will be some combination of A, U, G, and C. Just like how words contain information by virtue of their letters, the same can be said for these biopolymers with varying subunits. What matters most is functional information, which represents the probability of a configuration achieving a particular function. Creationists will therefore relentlessly ask, where did the information come from? Some will even refer to it as specified information, implying that it had to be specified by a creator, since it yields such precise functionality. Other creationists pretend that information is some kind of essence or material substance that the molecule possesses, other than the sequence itself, and which must have its origin explained. When ribonucleotides polymerize, some sequence will result. That's the information.
Well, I've looked up there. Never looked in there. Machine gun ammo. Heavy rifle ammo. Trigger module. There you go. Alright. So, trigger module. Launcher barrel.
Homochiral peptides and RNA replicate faster than heterochiral systems. A similar objection is made about oligonucleotides linking at carbon-2 with sugar moiety, as well as carbon-3. Studies have shown that C3' linked RNA is a much better replicator than C2'. Additionally, other studies show that some C2' linkage can be present in a ribozyme and its function will be retained. With all these objections, the key concept that creationists are missing is selection. In summary, creationists offer the poorest takes on the topic of abiogenesis out of virtually everything they attempt to discuss, simply because it's the most conceptually dense and esoteric aspect of the science of invention. The level of distortion that occurs in equating the complexity of extant life with what must have been the first protocell, or the mechanisms by which its constituent parts get informed, is unrivaled by even the
Maintenance
most
area.
assessments of evolution, because of how complicated these concepts are. While that was certainly a heavily abbreviated version of what we know regarding the origin of life, it hopefully serves to clarify the profound short-sightedness with which creationists approach this complicated subject. And there are numerous resources in the description if you wish to investigate more. In the future, I hope to create an extended series about this research, the history of the field, and much more detailed explanations regarding all of the facts we have discussed here, directly examining the primary literature produced by thousands of researchers. So be on the lookout. For now, let's move forward to part 3, where we will discuss the medius entry, evolutionary biology.
His name Quincy Quigley. Quinn.
Talking points regarding cosmology, planetary science, and abiogenesis. This brings us to a point in our cosmic timeline where life is evolving and thriving, much to the distaste of creation. How do populations of organisms change over time to produce different types of organisms? What is evolution and how do creationists misrepresent it? This is going to be the bulkiest installment of the 5, as it is truly the crux of the issue for creationists. So let's dig into it. To kick things off, let's highlight the creationist challenge that is the most hilarious, the most stereotypical, and the most flawlessly representative of their ignorance regarding evolutionary processes. If we
Loading Bay 3, which I can't enter.
monkeys, no sentence could be uttered that could more immaculately demonstrate a fundamental misunderstanding of the entire field of biology. So let's use this as a starting point for explaining how evolution actually works. First, evolution does not propose that individual organisms suddenly change into something new. Some creationists pretend evolution suggests that a singular organism can suddenly sprout wings or fins or legs and just morph into some other animal. This is preposterous. Biology is not Pokemon. Evolution also does not suggest that one organism will give birth to a completely different type of organism, especially from one extant organism to another different extant organism. It does not say that an iguana should give birth to a buffalo or anything ridiculous like that. No type of animal alive today begat any other type of animal that is alive today, and modern monkeys are not ancestral to humans. Evolution describes gradual morphological change over enormous time spans and thousands or even millions of generations within populations of organisms, according to evolutionary lineages that are well understood through the fossil record. This change is not sudden, it's a gradient. Look at this strip where blue slowly becomes red. Blue is one species and red is another species. Every pixel in between is an organism. Each pixel is practically indistinguishable from the ones on either side, but this very slow change eventually produces different colors. The precise point where a new species emerges is unclear and perhaps even somewhat arbitrary, but also irrelevant because not all of these intermediary organisms survive. We label different species according to populations of organisms as they diverge and isolate and further differentiate. A gradient like this is occurring on every single tiny branch of the phylogenetic tree of life. Species determination is something humans do to categorize living organisms. Nature does not care about our terminology, it just produces more life. Even more preposterous than creationists who think that one individual organism should produce a completely different individual organism, like a crocodile giving birth to a duck. There are those who think that transitional species should be hybrids of the two, split at the middle, like the famous crocoduck proposed by 2 clueless creationists. The idea that some offspring should be one species above the waist and another as of yet non-existent species below the waist is one of the most idiotic notions ever conceived. Halfway between blue and red is not a rectangle. square and one red square. It's purple. It's a blend of attributes. Of course, even that is not a flawless analogy because we already know of the colors blue and red. As life evolves, it does not have specific forms in mind. But if we look back at a lineage after the fact, we can indeed see the intermediary aspects of certain features, as limbs transition from fins to legs when tetrapods evolve, or from legs to fins when whales evolve. Those who pretend such transitional structures are impossible are objectively wrong.
Okay, loading bay 3. There's only one way in there. And it's not open. And I can't get in there.
became an organelle of the larger cell, which we call the nitroblast. The emergence of multicellularity has also been observed, with a unicellular algal species evolving multicellularity under observation. These processes are not speculative, they are well substantiated. The grand scale of all these lineages is instead corroborated by the fossil record, which we will get to a bit later. While different types of creationists have different opinions on evolution, younger creationists reject the entire concept of common descent. They believe all species were created more or less precisely as they are, and they believe that they were brought two by two onto a huge ark by Noah to survive a global flood, after which they proliferated to yield all the animals we see today. This notion is so profoundly absurd, it's difficult to even know where to begin. First, as we mentioned, the perception of the animal kingdom this requires is infantile. There are not merely a few dozen animal species. It's not lions and elephants and a few others, and that's it. There are millions of animal species, perhaps even tens of millions. The sheer biomass that would be present on the ark would require it to be substantially larger than required would be far greater than the biomass of the animals, requiring the ark to be even an order of magnitude larger still, especially if we want to actually separate the animals so they don't eat and murder each other. Some creationists try to solve this problem by claiming there were far fewer types of animals at the time of the flood. So instead of thousands of species of beetles, there was just one, and the diversity of beetles we see today was produced from that point forward. The same would go for the variety of feline species, that lions and tigers and cheetahs and pumas and ocelots and jaguars and house cats all diverged after the flood when animals began to repopulate. And the same for mice and rats and hamsters and gerbils and so forth. This is even more ridiculous than the idea of millions of species on one boat. These creationists refuse to believe in gradual evolution over millions of years, but they will believe in ultra-rapid evolution over a few hundred years. Many of these animals were known in antiquity, so the diversification had to be almost instantaneous. So creationists adopt an exaggerated and physically impossible version of the process they are specifically denying in order to cling to this ridiculous myth of the ark. Regardless of which version one adopts, there are many more absurdities that arise once the flood is over. How did the two penguins get all the way to Antarctica? How did the kangaroos get to Australia? How did all of the animals get to their ecological niches, leaving no trace of themselves anywhere else? What about all the plants? Most of them would die in a global flood, yet they're everywhere. What about freshwater aquatic life? That would all die out as soon as their habitat mixed with salty ocean water. Furthermore, two organisms of each species do not have enough genetic diversity to produce large, healthy populations. So how does that work? Both for animals and for humans, who supposedly descended from one Magic. How did Noah prevent them from eating each other on the ark? Magic. How were their progeny not cripplingly inbred? Magic. When you believe in a magic deity, it is acceptable to propose magic as a solution to any problem. In such a case, the only resource is to remind creationists at every opportunity possible that they are believing in magic. Let's now pivot to paleontology and the fossil record, because this is the primary line of evidence that substantiates everything we are describing. All of these lineages on the tree of life are immaculately supported by the millions of fossilized specimens that have been found, which can be accurately dated to specific time periods and which populate all of these branches, thus elucidating the forms which have existed in the past, as well as their gradual morphological change. Of course, the fossil record is not perfect because fossilization is a relatively rare occurrence. We will never have fossils for every single species that has ever existed. But if we are doing a very large jigsaw puzzle, we will be able to tell what the picture is without every single last puzzle piece. First of all, what is a fossil? A fossil is the preserved remains of an organism or some kind of evidence of its behavior that is found in rock, soil, or amber that is over 10,000 years old. These can be very large if preserving a large animal, or they can be very small, preserving even microorganisms. The reason these are rare is that dead organisms tend to decay very quickly, so this kind of preservation occurs during relatively uncommon events. The organism must be rapidly covered by sediment, so it might become buried by the sea floor, or lava, or tar. Once trapped within sediment, the body does decay, but bodily particles get replaced by minerals, especially in hard parts like bones, teeth, or shells. Once the organism is gone, its precise form remains preserved for us to find, so we can gather highly detailed information about their morphologies and more. This is the most common type of fossilization, and it works well with bony animals. But other processes can also occur, like insects getting trapped in resin or amber. This is one way that we can find the remains of soft-bodied organisms that don't fossilize well. There are also
80-50
trace
thing.
fossils, which, unlike the body fossils we just described, preserve the behavior of organisms.
That it?
Spin resonance, thermal luminescence, and others. There is nothing speculative about the dates that we assign to fossilized remains. Creationists have many issues with fossilization, of course. First, they pretend fossilization should be impossible because geological processes are so slow. This is ironic considering the lightning-fast rates of sediment deposition they pretend are possible for the generation of post-flood slow methods of fossilization. Animals decay because of bacteria, but there are swampy anoxic regions where bacteria that decay organisms can't survive, so animals can be slowly preserved as they are buried by sediment at a more typical rate. The same can be said for deoxygenated ocean basins, where decaying bacteria and larger scavengers can't survive. Then, of course, the biggest problem is that creationists are in complete denial as to the extent of the fossil record. Way back in Darwin's time, we didn't have a lot to work with. That's why he explicitly stated that the success of his theory would hinge on whether paleontological evidence of transitional forms would be discovered. Over 150 years later, we have plenty to work with. The number and variety of specimens we have found is staggering. To present an exhaustive list of transitional species would require an entire series of videos unto itself, so we will not do that. But simply Googling list of transitional species is enough to keep one occupied for days. Rather, we can highlight a handful of important ones to illustrate precisely why these specimens so remarkably substantiate evolution. Look at Ambulocetus. This is an early amphibious cetacean from a little under 50 million years ago, so this is along the lineage that produced modern whales. The transitional nature of its morphology is immaculate. It was able to walk on land roughly like a sea lion, and it swam somewhat like an otter, using its limbs as well as undulation for propulsion. It did not have a tail like whales do, but it may have had webbed feet. This is where Ambulocetus sits on the family tree in comparison to modern whales. And of course, there are many other transitional species along this lineage, ending with whales that we could look at, such as Basilosaurus, from around 40 million years ago. This is quite different from Ambulocetus, being that it was an early marine mammal, and it was fully aquatic, but we still see the intermediate morphological features that would lead to whales. We should make one thing clear at this point. In a group includes exclusively extinct species that existed prior to the crown group and which do not share all the features of the crown group. There are species that are alive today that will one day be extinct. They can do this in a dishonest way by discussing the time of Darwin. They will exclaim that Darwin admitted that the fossil record posed a huge challenge for his evolutionary theory because he did not see sufficient transitional species. And this is true. The other reason they do this is to use numbers in a tricky way. Let's say there are two organisms, A and B, and the transition between them is a mystery. There is a gap in the fossil record. Then we find organism C, which immaculately fits the description of a transitional species between A and B. But what's this? Now there are two gaps. How did we get from A to C and from C to B? Then we find organisms D and E to fill those two gaps. Now there are four gaps. Things just keep getting worse and worse. Of course, this is preposterous. Filling in gaps like this corroborates an evolutionary lineage, and in the limit of hundreds of transitional species, the morphological gaps become smaller and smaller, such that to doubt their representation of an evolutionary lineage becomes more and more unreasonable. But creationists are not reasonable, so this is the game they play. An example is the transition from dinosaurs to modern birds. Archaeopteryx was discovered way back in 1861 and presented as a feathered dinosaur along a lineage from raptors to birds. This was not enough for creationists, which is fair enough, but since then, countless other forms have been found, more clearly outlining this lineage from two-legged dinosaurs to modern birds. The gradual
Someone's running.
I do. Oh, yeah.
Access granted.
Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled. Access granted.
This is a nightmare. I don't belong here.
Access granted.
Why am I being held here? Where are we? This is illegal! You can't keep us locked up! Why are you doing this? You're monsters!
Access granted.
Of course, in response to this, a creationist would say that kind does not mean species. Those are just different types of salamanders, so they are all in the
Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled. Subject recognized. Access granted.
What you're doing is wrong!
Access granted. Access granted.
I don't belong here.
They want to see something happening today with their own eyes. Well, very few can deny what humans have done with artificial selection. Unlike natural selection, which typically takes a very long time to produce significant morphological change, artificial selection can be quite rapid because it is guided by sentiments. We can breed dogs.
Please, call the embassy. They will vouch for me.
answered all your questions. Please, let me go.
Can't combine with anything. All that shit, I can't use it. Why can't I get into Bay 3?
because it is so much more esoteric, and lying with confidence about things that their targets don't understand gives them a high probability of success. There's lots to discuss here, so let's get started. First, we need to go back to creationists don't There are 4 different nucleotides in DNA, each made of a sugar, a phosphate, and a nitrogenous base. These bases are abbreviated as A, T, C, and G. Nucleotides come together in different combinations to make DNA, which is made of 2 strands that coil together in a double helix, with the bases pointing up.
What you're doing is wrong!
Instructions for the assembly of an organism during embryonic development and its maintenance throughout. This occurs through transcription and translation. In transcription, small portions of the chromosome called genes are opened up by enzymes in order to generate an mRNA transfer. This occurs by the same rules of basic simple mutations are point mutations. That is a change in just one base pair from whichever base it was supposed to be to some other base. This can occur due to endogenous or exogenous mutagens, carcinogens, UV light, or totally natural decay processes where radioactive nuclides within the body decay into There are sections of DNA called promoters, which sit next to the coding region of a gene that an enzyme will interact with, resulting in transcription of the gene. A mutation.
Let me out of here!
This is a nightmare. I don't belong here.
Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled. Subject recognized. Access granted.
And with that, we're gonna call it a day, folks. I can't get into Bay 3. Loading Bay 3. I cannot get into Loading Bay 3. So I can get my launcher barrel. So we're gonna say bye-bye. Adios. Farewell and so long. Bye bye, farewell, and so long.
Yet you are somehow an expert on what this process can and can't produce. Hopefully this will embarrass them enough to do some learning, or at least question their beliefs. If they are quiet enough to receive more information,
that is all. That is all.
So mutations in those genes can change the body plan. Tell them about all the kinds
That's
of
all I'm gonna do.
Tell them about examples of visible
For
changes,
today.
even point mutations, like flies growing legs instead of antennae.
That's all I'm gonna do for the day. Because I can't get into Loading Bay 3. Why can't I get into Loading Bay 3? I don't know. But, well, maybe next time we'll get into Loading Bay 3. And Maybe. Bye.